I don't even think we gotta ask today. Right or not right? I don't even think we gotta ask today. Nope. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where is the Discord? What should we call this? 886 probably, right? 886 bounces everywhere, both directions. Cool. Yeah, we didn't get any clips. Damn part of the clips. I mean, in terms of catching up from where we got off. But my next short TP was down here, right? But I didn't quite make it there. And then once we did this thing at the VWAP, because I was waiting to see this. Let me draw the other fib. Because we did talk about this, right? Like this whole idea of like failing down here, like the whole ding, 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 ding. Which I ended up like doing, right? So I was like watching to see the reaction here, like were we gonna like start to roll over or no, or no? But then once you like flip this and like came back and then change structure off the VWAP, like I closed out more of the short, I didn't like close it entirely. And also I like, entered along here. Which sucks because I didn't get a good fill on it. Like I like smashed like a best bid offer entry. And barely got any bit filled. The candle just started going and never came back, so kind of feels bad in that regard. And then we end up getting like stopped out on the rest of the short. So yeah. Now we're all caught up. Oh, and I'll take the short up here. Where is it? We'll draw the other fib back. Don't. Took the 886 away. So I mean, we talked about this yesterday, right? Like the whole like full like we had the outside day, opened outside. So there was like this rotation was in play, and then ended up getting it by the way. Ding ding. We got the other day too, right? From up here to down here. Just kind of 2 days in a row where that setup played out. But yeah, like there's a bunch. Like I'm sure if anyone checked out like the data stream, there's a bunch of like CBD bear dips brewing up here, right? Plus, it was the end of this rotation, so put a little bit of a short there, which is this thing right now. Boom, 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 boom. I have a TP set yesterday's VWAP to take like half of it off, so if we make it there, amazing. If not, it's gonna get stopped out in tiny profit. And yeah, we are all caught up at that point. Or I guess this point I should be saying. Yeah, did we miss anything? I don't think we missed anything, right? Interesting day though, right? Like Bitcoin was like pumping like as this shit was all nuking. This whole move up, like all the indexes are still going down. Oh, this is like already all the way up here. And then if we continue to follow through, so interesting, right? Bit of an interesting loss of correlation. I don't think. Did we miss anything? Did we miss anything? I feel like we missed talking about something. I don't know. I think we missed something, but whatever. Who cares? At this point, who cares? And to update our levels more than anything. Bum, 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 bum. We forgot to get the water. That's what we definitely forgot. First and foremost. Also, the stream yesterday, I don't know why it's not like loading properly on YouTube. Like it says it's waiting to process. I was trying to watch something back and it was like all fucked up. I don't know what's up with that. It's a fucking alarm. I think I'm gonna set a TP down with this yellow line, to be honest. Okay, so you just do this shit. Because I think the last time I looked, there was a bunch of like low time frame hidden voltives, yeah. Okay, well, we'll take a little bit there actually. We'll set TP right here. Okay. Curious if we get some volatility on the weekend, but yeah, the levels. We went outside day again. Wait. Okay, cool. Don't need those for the weekend. Got some water. Boom, boom, boom. Hmm. Where did see me close? What's the time now? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that was the other thing today, actually, now that I remember. There's a shit ton of people supporting the low down here. Like, I kind of wanted to smash this candle when we started to get above this, but I don't want to get baited, right? I want to get fucking baited right on the market open. Whoops. I was like super paranoid of this whole thing playing out, and then just especially because at first we kind of struggled, right? We were bouncing like right up the VWAP on CME, like these two candles. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it was a tough one because I was watching the RTH too. Like on here, we were just like pumping over the VWAP the whole time, so I was, I don't know. I don't like taking trades just based on what's going on in the order books. You never know when people are just gonna fucking spoof orders or pull them last second, whatever, right? Or maybe they get filled a bit and then they just cancel the rest, blah blah blah. So let's leave this shit marked out. We're about to hit this TP, or what? How close are we? Let me fix this thing first. I'm just, what's it called? I don't want round trip the rest of the long, because my next TPs are up here. So we're not gonna like potentially roll over and roll just sideways all weekend. So I just shaved some and then like readjusted my TPs for the remaining position size. And TPs are, where do I have them? One's here, and then one's up here. But if we do start to bounce and potentially go, we'll guide back to it. So that should have been a TP hit on the short. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, they didn't, fuck. It's so close. My TP's like right here. Probably shouldn't close it manually, to be honest. movie. Yeah, fuck it. Let's not wait. Okay. Did shave 20% of that position. Let's cancel the limit. And we'll leave the other one at yesterday's view up still. Normally I wouldn't shave from the long here if I had like a better entry, but like the fact that we got in here, took a little bit lower and we're just basically round tripped everything else.
Honestly, we might just want to reset.
So let's get rid of some of this shit. Right, that was the other thing too. Like there was like a crazy spike in OI here, but then we started like closing out a shit ton. Just last like bit of the move, it was like declining, right? Obviously we're just squeezing at the end. Another reason why I took the short. And that's what it was. That was the thing we forgot. Like this was the OI going into the high. At first we were like mega pumping, and then like as soon as you got like halfway past this thing, you started. Now we've definitely covered everything that we needed to cover. What the fuck is this?
squad react. We don't talk loud, now we talking the math. Every point precise like we cut with a draft. Profits in the trunk, couple racks in the stash. Bear try step, he gon' leave in the past. Trading with the gang, we don't miss no play. Slow roll, win, stack racks all day. Move so clean, they just watch, can't say. West Coast cool, why the charts still sway. Trading with the gang, we don't miss no play. Levels hit perfect, watch the candles obey. Marco's in the cut, real calm, no spray. We just count up while the rest gon' pray. Hands on the wheel, mind like market in my pocket, whole trend I own. Each pullback, yeah, that's a step to the throne. Entry so cold, it could chill your phone. Never rush moves, got the patience built in. One green flash and a profit locked in. Squad all sharp, yeah, the circle all win. Math on the board, that's the code we in. We don't miss no play. Slow roll, win, stack racks all day. Move so clean, they just watch, can't say. West Coast cool, while the charts still sway. Trading with the gang, we don't miss no play. Levels hit perfect, watch the candles obey. Marco's in the cut, real calm, no spray. We just count up while the rest gon' pray. Yeah. Marco's trades, cool moves, cold math. Can't eat together,
Boom, boom.
always.
Where's the liquidity up here? I think it's at the second single print, if I recall. 105.76. We should put a red box up there. Fuck it. Yeah, it is. I mean, I guess it is worth it to add. If we do start to go here, yeah, probably should just add right. Like, I'm thinking of like adding enough to just like walk up the stop to like there. Yeah. Almost certainly, because we've got such a bad fill, it's like not barely making anything on this trade anyways. We'll try and make it juice up some more. I think there's a high leverage liquidation up here somewhere too. One at 4.8. So right on the sweep. And 5.5. Yeah, so right here. The real big one is at 108.5. Which is the sweep. And the giga big one is at 111.937. Should we update these boxes? Yeah.
We move risky, math in the clip, lifestyle 50-50. Yeah. Charts look calm, but the waves still deadly. High stake plays, every entry feel edgy. Cold eyes stare when the numbers turn heavy. Ice on my neck, but the trigger finger ready. Fade the herd, I don't follow no sheep. Yacht life days, but the grind don't sleep. High leverage shots, they gon' feel that heat. Price at my line, that's $1 million a week. We move risky, math like a drum, let it hit me. Clips both ways if they tempt me. Profits and pressures 50-50. Risky, lifestyle wild, but it fits me. Long nights turn to the Bentley keys. High stakes, high life, come get with me. Fake consensus, let the market talk slow. Shorts get squeezed while the Lambo top go. Feast on the charts, every candle I know. From the bottom now it's all high floors, no low. Count chips in the penthouse suite. Glass floor view while the city don't sleep. Ops mad cause my math too risky, but the math still clean. Charts in the streets both know what I mean. Santorini glow, gold in the wind. Marcos. Delta running, gamma jump, that to burn while we sip that rum. In Greece with the Greeks, we thumb through some. Cash flow hitting like the island drums. Vegas shine, the view's insane. White domes under that golden flame. Trade a map, then toast champagne. Lucy's calling out my name. Charts up high like the cliffs we stand. Olive oil drip, I got pips in hand. Making those nights with the beat so grand. Greeks in Greece, we don't need no plan. Let the fade slow like the sunset hue. Delta swing fast, watch the sky turn blue. Profit so sweet like the grapes they grew. Santorini dreams, every tick come true. Yacht life moves, marble steps so clean. Gamma in play while the water serene. Options stack deep like the mist we've seen. From Athens, gold to the islands.
Okay. Okay, we're good. We're chilling, prepared. See if Steven turns his golden pocket into support and grabs liquidity up here, or no? We're not. Probably the next short zone too, right? If we do get stopped out of the current one. Bum, 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 bum. The spoofer is back. The order book spoofing motherfucker is back. How did y'all do today? Out of curiosity. Oh yeah, man, does anyone have seen that Bonk guy on Twitter? I never gave thought to like the October 10th stuff. But the other day I came across his profile and I was looking, and yeah, that guy got all his trades wrecked that day. Round trip like 50 mil worth of trades. I don't take these people seriously. Like actual NPCs trading. Wow. What is that? That was since today's daily open. What is that? What the fuck did we just miss? What the fuck? That was an 80% candle in like the 5 minute. What happened here? Interesting. Interesting chart. Funny how many fucking alarms I have every day. We'll leave this one up there.
Marco got the levels mapped out, that's fact. Fibs on chart, arm loading at the cracks. 6-6 tap, I double my stack. Ops all green, then it all went black. Golden bounce, price come dance. Hit that field, now I'm in advance. Entry sweet like a late night text. Wick touch deep, now the chart say bless. Golden bounce, hold and run. Math got me armed like I'm holding a drum. .618 the base for the kill. Stack gets bigger when the wick get real. I don't flinch, I don't blink when it hit. 702, I'm sitting in a pit.
We'll be mindful of this zone down here too if we get it, right? I'm sure a lot of people are going to be eyeing this for the long. Yesterday's B-Wop, value area high, blah blah blah, point of control. So if we keep going lower, these dips are just going to get even more exaggerated. And if we don't go, then like, we're kind of chilling because we don't have to worry about getting back into the long. We'll still be in it. I'll put my stop like right by the entry, it's like under this candle wick. we put an alarm down there?
Bad bitch with me rolling up again. I'm just
We'll
left with
raise
another
it.
7-2 bent with come kissing that deep retrace. I just flipped that back to base. Golden bounce, price come dance. Hit that fib, now I'm in that Vance. Entry sweet.
Cause I think if you do like the, what's it called?
Now the chart say bless. Golden bounce, hold and run. Math got me armed like a
Should be a single brain here, right?
A6. Now the trap gon' stick.
Yeah.
That feel was major, now watch me chill. Stack get fat when I play them zones. Fibs on
With the
point,
cash session.
golden pocket, luxury trap. They want vibes, I want math.
So yeah, a lot going on at that level.
Yeah, Marcos, you sure of that? Ha! Bottom end, baby. Now we dancing. Short the floor, you crazy. Price went moon, now you shaky. I bought low, now it pay me. You went short, now you hate me. Mad short, why you do that? Now you crying in your group chat. Not so tight, I don't do cap. Caught that wig, now I flew past. They said bearish, I said bet. Tap that fib, then place the nets. While they panic, I just flex. Profit hit, now cut the check. You fight trend, I just dance. Hit one trade, now I'm in France. Shorted lows, that's no chance. Now your funds wearing sweatpants, bro. Short the floor, you crazy. Price went moon, now you shaky. I bought low, now it pay me. You went short, now you hate me. You a floor, why you do that? Now you crying in your group chat. Not so tight, I don't do cap. Caught that wig, now I flew past. Bottom call, I ring that bell. Up short low, straight into hell. With that dip, that's where I dwell. I stack games while they just yell. Short the floor, you crazy.
So far, we're just mathing.
Now they feel it. Feel good. Came up solid, now the screen glow. Midnight charge for the world slow. Profit hit, watch the pace grow. Made it off the map, not the bankroll. Stress bill, I ain't fold. Used to pray for a line to hold. Now the villa got marble floors. Made it from the noise with the charts, I spoke. Back when it hurt, they ain't care. Now they DM like save me a chair. Used to stare at the screen in the dark. Now the room glow blue from the charts. No flex, this is life on code. No guess, this is levels I wrote. Fib drawn like a sniper scope. Price hit pixel, then it flow. Jet black whip through the market zone. Limit order set, then I'm gone. Trade talk quiet, bank roll loud. I'm moving decimals, not in crowds. Came up solid, now the screen glow. Midnight charge for the world slow. Profit
Boom, 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 boom.
Marcos. Woke up in the villa with the windows blue tint. My Carlo light trays hit while I ran. Say steak while the euro slid.
Show some math.
Didn't even check the chart, it's all instinct. She said, you good? I said, barely. Off the map drifting, slow in the McLaren. AP looked like the chart, I sketched no cap. The face even showing resistance levels. You panic when the price go parabolic. I just lean back in this Paris loft melodic. She ride like a trend off CPI lies. I had your love in the penthouse sky. Off the math, off it. I ain't even here. Nah. Jet too loud, gone. Wrist too clear. Draw down fake, profit too real. They want the alpha, but they can't feel off the math. What? Lost in charts. I bought that zone, then I bought that car. Ferrari wide like a weekly gap, and the field hit hard like a market stop.
Charles paid lunch, didn't even log in. Bot took the scalp, now I'm jogging. Palm trees bend where I parked the rose. Price came back, then I split that soul. Lamborghini yellow like Euro strength. She curved like Fib, I marked her length. Back test cold, but my heart on rest. Yacht hit waves, but the stats digest. Dubai high rise, wrist look fine. Chart like silk when she whine in time. Told her baby don't guess, just breathe. Price gon' come, just believe the speed.
Off the math, I ain't even here. Jet too loud, wrist too clear. Draw down fake, profit too real. They want the alpha, but they can't feel. Off the math, lost in charts. I bought that zone, then I bought that car. Ferrari wide like a weekly gap, and the field hit hard like a market slap. Off the weed, that's childish. Off the lean, that's broke. I'm off the math, and I'm still up.
You chase that? Nah, I'm chillin'. Margot's never rush it. Let it come back. Watch this.
There's always another one. Math gon' line me up. No need to chase that run. I let the chart show love. There's always another one. Price pull back, I slide. Y'all FOMO just for fun. I catch it when it's right.
Let's ride.
They buy green, I sip tea. I don't chase, I let it be. Play that zone like poetry. I'm in sync, no urgency. Betty's dancing, mama beat. Trey is smooth, then we eat. TP flashing like a strobe. Hit that exit, then reload. There's always another one. Math gon' line me up. No need to chase that run. I let the chart show love. There's always another one. Price pull back, I slide. Y'all FOMO just for fun. I catch it when it's right. Wait for it. Plan that hit, don't pray for it. Chart don't owe you, play it smart. Patience, baby, that's the art. Marco wants another one. Marco wants another one. There's always another one. Math gon' line me up. No need to chase that run. I let the chart show love. There's always another one. Price pull back, I slide. Y'all FOMO just for fun. I catch it when it's right.
Money, math.
I said I was juicy, Marcos.
Juicy Trey, yeah, I'm locked in. Shot said go, so I dropped in. Ice hit sweet like a mango slice. Took that feel, now I'm feeling nice.
Money dance on the P&L. That green look good, can't even tell. Woke up rich, no luck, no spell. Just fibs and faith, I play it well. Tapped in clean with the entry math. Volume spike, yeah, I felt that path. Candle big like it hit the gas. Now the whole team poppin', champs in the bag. Sun still up, but the bags got fatter. Phone on mute, but my text got chatter. She hit target, yeah, with swagger. Juicy move
locked in. Chart said go, so I dropped in. Price hit sweet like a mango slice. Took that feel, now I'm feeling nice.
Money dance on the P&L. That green look good, can't even tell. Woke up rich, no luck, no spell, just fibs and faith. I play it well. Can I play, not pray? Nope. Juicy rich, sweet pain. Back tasted all day, so the wind hit clean like.
Chart said bite, so I took that fruit. Now I'm outside in the golden coupe. Trade so fat, had to screenshot twice. That juicy entry changed my life. Am I?
Hey, told him watch the numbers. Marcos, man, talk different. Facts. We up. Let's go.
I don't love savage.
Man, don't lie, price gon' tell. I just said that fib and chill. 25 touch, that feel was real. 618, yeah, that's the kill. Man, don't flinch, I follow code. Wrist map tight, that profit low. Others hope I chart and hold. One trade, flip that wrist to go. Got that zone and let it breathe. While they chase, I plant that seed. Red to green, I see that lead. Man say wait, now watch me eat. They got dreams, I got plans. They got vibes, I got scams. I don't blink when price expands. I just read it like it's scanned. Man, don't lie, price gon' tell. I just said that feel then chill. If I touch that feel was real. 618, yeah, that's the kill. Man, don't flinch, I follow code. Wrist map tight, that profit low. Others hope I chart and hold. One trade, flip that wrist to go. Price skirt talking, I don't speak. Let that wig come kiss my cheek. Order stack like bricks, real neat. Math hit once, I'm off the seat. Wrote that range like holy text. Every level got respect. They still guess I just detect. Man, don't lie, just place and check. Checkmate. Blue lines glowing on the screen. Glow. Night still chart, moving me. Creep. Matt said sell, I press that key. Next day, yacht life by the sea. Man, don't lie, price gon' tell. I just said that fib then chill. 0.5 touch, that feel was real. 618, yeah, that's the kill. Man, don't flinch, I follow code. Wrist map tight, that profit low. Others hope I chart and hold. One trade, flip that wrist to go. Marcos.
Lines on glow, watch it pull back. Marcos got the fibs on track. Deep retrace, now we attack. Golden zone, no looking back. Fibonacci, feel that zone. 618, we in that zone. Slide. Touch the line, then I'm gone. Profit hit, I'm in my zone. 702, that bounce get wild. 75, now price on trial. 786, that entry vow. Caught the wick with math and style. 702, that bounce get wild. 75, now price on trial. 786, that entry vow. Caught the wick with math and style. Price to the fib, I don't flinch. Stacking at levels inch by inch. They chase green, I plant the seed. Move in silence, let it breathe. 0.5, warm up play. 618, the real buffet. Heavy at 7.5, we deep. Catching that wick while they still sleep. It's not hope, it's plotted out. Math be dancing, no doubt. Late night screen glow, got me lit. Candle kissing every fit. Fibonacci, feel that zone. 618, we in that zone. Touch the line, then I'm gone. Profit hit, I'm in my zone. 702, that bounce get wild. 7.5, now price on trial. 786, that entry vow. Caught the wick with me. 702, that bounce get wild.
Yeah, damn.
Price on trial. 786, that entry vow. Caught the wick with math and style. No more guessing, just precision. No emotions, just the vision. They want hype, I want the rain. Chart react, I don't explain. Golden pocket glowing still. Price obeys the math the will. Marcos drew it, price complied. Fibs don't miss, we let it ride. Fibonacci, feel that zone.
shift, I'm cooking up mad like I'm whipping a brick. 618 with a 702. Stack the Fibonacci, now the bag come through. Wrote my lines, market came like glue. How you mad? I knew what the math would do. All time high, now they mad again. Candle breaking out, price back on 10. Profit in the bag, racks never been. I just ride the math, don't need no friends. Golden pocket hit, yeah, I double in. Haters talking slick, never cashing in. Pixel perfect touch, then I win again. All time high, they can't pretend. I ain't looking left, that's trap talk. They stuck in drawdown, we lap y'all. Price break, range, that's jackpot. I print on Ray Day, no back talk. Imaginary line still hitting on cue. While they chasing hype, I'm chilling with you. Lambo dreams, that's my walkthrough. Chart look clean like it's dressed in new. All time high, now they mad again. Candle breaking out, price back on 10. Profit in the bag, racks never been. I just ride a math, don't need no friends.
Target lock, yeah, I hit it with precision. Price pull back, then I nailed the position. Boom. Wrist on chart, yeah, the math got the
Marco's trade. With a hat. Pepper look mad. I'm up 6 figs off a Farcoin bag. Yeah, let's go. Dog with hat, I'm waving the leash. Turn to a milli from nothing but means. Bonk hit a fib, I'm letting it squeeze. Chill, got eyes, no stress, just bees. Dogs from $1 to dream. Farcoin fly, that chart obscene. Pepper print, them frogs got green. I'm top ticking these jokes unseen. Popcat scream when the tape go wild. I'm deep in the net like a memmed out child. Don't need white papers, don't need trial. Just pixel frogs and degens pile. Bag too fat, wallet obese. Chart go up with 0 piece. Gas fee high, but the bag increase. Front run hype like I wrote the piece. Buy low with a GIF on deck. Elon tweet and I clear my check. Snipe them coins, no pause, no sweat. Every pump I swing with tech. Dog with hat, I'm waving the leash. Turn to a milli from nothing but means. Bonk hit a fib, I'm letting it squeeze. Chill, got eyes, no stress, just bees. Dog from $1 to dreams. Farcoin fly, that chart obscene. Paper print, them frogs got green. I'm top ticking these jokes unseen. I don't chase, they chase that cat. Popcat moon, I just sat back. NFT face, but a pumping stats. Went from jokes to a Lambo rap. My watch say bye, it's a meme clock face. Got a whiff PFP in a multi-place. Never know what I trade, that's part of the taste. Memcoin sniper with a shadow base. Cold with it, I laugh, they beg. Buy on dip while they lose a leg. High risk plays, but the mask still fed. Turn Farcoin gas to a billion thread. Dog with hat, I'm waving a leash. Turn to a milli from none but means. Bong hit a fib, I'm letting it squeeze. Chill, got eyes, no stress, just bees. Dog from $1 to dream. Farcoin fly, that chart obscene. Paper print, them frogs got green. I'm top ticking these jokes unseen. If it's dumb, it's probably gold. If it bark or blink, I'm in. Marcos.
Target lock, yeah, I hit it with precision. Price pull back, then I nailed the position. Wrist on chart, yeah, the math got the vision. Ice dancing in the green, yeah, we living the mission. Set the level, draw the zone, place the line. Price tap once, then it bounce right on time. I don't chase, I wait, let it come to me. Hit that TP like a shot from 3. Club lights flash, trade locked in. Profit running like it's trying to win. I ain't emotional, I'm surgical. All my feels look vertical. He's so clean with the wrist control. PT 1, 2, 3.
Bebo. Whoops. So I was watching stuff on my laptop. Pagan. What did that mean again? What did that mean? Pagan. Oh man. Polytheistic, what does that even mean? People who practice polytheistic or non-Abrahamic religions. Which ones are those?
TP get in touch like it's made for me. Math so tight it obeys the key. Tings love the flow, it's Fibonacci smooth. 6-6 tag, then we bust that move. Pushing profits like it's late night, can't stop lost.
Boom, 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 boom. Pagan.
Every target hit, I don't need no chance. Hit that target, hit that line.
Oh, there's so many involved in that. What the hell?
No emotion, just the grind.
Like all the Greek gods, all the Egyptian gods, Hinduism, Buddhism.
Hit it with precision. Price pull back, then I nailed the position.
Interesting.
On chart, yeah, the math got the vision.
Sounds like you're a religious fanatic. Boom, boom. You long Bitcoin? Yeah, I am. I'm in a long and a short. Well, it's not the greatest of longs. I entered here once you flipped the VWAP earlier today. So did everyone else apparently, right? Given some massive candle. Thing is, I didn't get filled though. Like I had like a limit order, and like the price came down to it, and it started filling it, but I never got like fulfilled. It started going, and it just never came back. And then I shorted it up right up here. Ding. Pixel perfect. Well, I don't think too much is gonna be happening with these trades now that it's the weekend. I'm not expecting a whole lot. I was gonna sit here most of the time. Maybe not, right? Maybe we get some weekend volatility. We'll see though. 'Cause if we come back down here, my stop on the long is right there. Ding. And I already like shaved on it. But I might consider getting back in here if the data looks good. Same with the short up here. If we come, like I already shaved on it, I have another TP like right here at the spot. But if we do start to go up here, I'm gonna be looking to short up there. Until then, nothing to do at this point. Market maker trapped long and shorts. Long weekend. Is it a long weekend? It's not a long weekend, is it? The 11th is a holiday? Wait, no they're not. M2 supply goes parabolic next 30 days. Why is that? Why is that? Oh, banks are closed on Tuesday. Interesting. Same with the bond market. 100-day lag from the supply injection. What happened 100 days ago? November, October, August. I don't remember. More concerned with like the US government shutdown ending or not. Putting the TGA to work. M2 supply takes time to reach the public. Yeah, like it's not like they're just sending money to your bank account whenever they do any kind of like stimulus. Well, I mean, aside from like COVID, obviously. But yeah, typically it's like waterfalls down from the larger entities into like retail hands. Thing is, I don't really care for that. It makes no difference to me. Either way, I'm taking the same trades, right? I don't care what M2's doing. Maybe if I was like managing some like massive multi-billion-dollar portfolio and had to like plan my trades out ahead of time for like weeks, like give it more thought, but I don't. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about that. Are you in along? It's my question. Long, short, neither. Trading something else. Not trading at all. So I need something to snack on. I'm getting hungry. Be back in 2 minutes. We'll be back for the next 30-minute candle print if we're quick enough. We got 4 minutes.
Top faders. Right. Marcos in the B-side. We don't chase pumps, fool. We fade them. Bump the math. Pyro print.
Skirting full of beat ducks.
Treetop faders. Catching that top. You loan too early. We letting you drop. Jump in green. We loading them shots. Market ain't gangster, but math get high. I don't chase no bounces. I don't buy no dreams. I let y'all pump, then I fade them schemes. Math been red like a set on flame. Stop hunt clean, who you think run game? Bugatti parked on Rosecrans stripes. Penthouse high zone, now your margin broke. Treetop faders, catching that top. You long too early, we letting you drop. You jumping green, we loaded them shots. Market ain't gangsta, but math get high. Treetop faders, catching that top. You long too early, we letting you drop. You jumping green, we loaded them shots. Market ain't gangsta, but math get high. You say breakout, we say bait. You running fast, we lay that plate. SL hit, that's chain reaction. You bought fake highs, we fade with passion. B-chain swing when the field get placed. Double R drift like it's past your pace. You beg for trend, we pray for range. And bleed the top like a Pyru name. She asked why red, I said that's clean. Red Rari deep like treetop lean. Back this red, but the profit's green. B on my belt, but the charts stay mean. Treetop faders, catching that top. You long too early, we letting you drop. You jumping green, we loading them shots. Market ain't gangsta, but math get high. Treetop faders, catching that top. You long too early, we letting you drop. You jumping green, we loading them shots. Market ain't gangsta, but math get high. Trends, we end them. Chart get jumped. We slide in silence. Treetop, fade God, Marcos.
Marcos locked in. No missing. No slipping. Only hit. TP hit, that's clean incision. Line got tagged with no revision. Mapped it once, I saw the vision. Trade so tight, it cut precision. Glowing screen, I'm in my pocket. Profit stack, no need to talk it. Numbers dance, I let it rock it. Math on point and they can't mock it. They can't mock it. Got my zones drawn perfect, no cap. Entry so clean it could nap. Snipe that field and watch it snap. Quick kiss line then boom it clap. Woke up late, still hit my TP. Didn't chase, just played it deeply. Level set like fine machinery. They guess wow, that trade discreetly. Tight stops, big gains. Wrote my move and watched it rain. They play games, I stay sane. Profit and I leave no stain. TP hit, that's clean incision. Line got tagged with no revision. Mapped it once, I saw the vision. Trade so tight, it cut precision. Glowing screen, I'm in my pocket. Profit stack, no need to talk it. Numbers dance, I let it rock it. Math on point and they can't mock it. Precision, precision. No guessing, just vision. No friction, no friction. That fill is the mission. Where's B? Where's B? TP hit, that's clean incision. Line got tagged with no revision. Mapped it once, I saw the vision. Trade so tight, it cut precision. Glowing screen, I'm in my pocket. Profit stack, no need to talk it. Numbers dance, I let it rock it. Math on point and they can't mock it. Precision, precision. No guessing, just vision. No friction, no fiction.
Okay. Damn, we're a minute late. Damn. Risk on season for crypto. Bitcoin will just range for 30 days. Isn't that like a paradox? If it's going risk on, shouldn't we pump out of the range? Altcoins will pump. I mean, I don't want to get too carried away just yet. I don't want to get too carried away just yet. Like they pumped because they're down like 90 fucking percent. Like one green day. These things put in like the pathetic daily candles. Bum, 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 bum. Bitcoin is not a risk? Are you fucking kidding me? Bitcoin's fucking worthless. No serious investors just treating Bitcoin as like a risk-off asset. Unless you have like some like massive time horizon, and even then, right? If Bitcoin wasn't a risk-on asset, then it wouldn't be dumping with like the Nasdaq and everything else. "30 days, they will dump them all again, rotate back to Bitcoin." Yeah, possibly. Also, might not. Like, it's not there's no guarantees. If it's as simple as they're describing, then you should be a billionaire, right? You should be a trillionaire, actually. Like tomorrow, news comes out that China's blocking Taiwan. Nvidia's gonna nuke like fucking 20%. S&P is gonna nuke fucking Lord knows where. And you think Bitcoin and alts are gonna be pumping? No chance. Zero fucking chance.
It's real fun, it's real feel, it's real math.
Scar y'all, lean up.
Yeah, they think I'm trading on testnet, cause I make it look too clean, said no one get rich that fast. Must be similar demo scheme, I place that bid, I hit that TP, now I'm somewhere you ain't seen. They trade with fear, I trade with cold, this price move built off machine. Rolls outside and the seat still warm, penthouse trades and my wrist got storms. They hit margin, I hit Malone, they need signals, I move calm. Balance real, them feels hit fast. You still pray, I back this pass. My edge live, no fake account. You click hope, I click amounts. They think it's test, nope, but it's all real facts. Big trade hit, boom, then I sign deals. Sign it, stress on chalks, them. I'm just chill, cold. They can't believe it. Why? The math too ill. Math. They think it's fake, nah, it's just that tight. That stop too clean, win. That entry's light. They said you see me, I said you dreaming. You stuck in beta, I'm out here scheming. Woke up clear 5 figures, didn't even leave that villa. One click trade got triggered, chart came down, I drill her. They think it's capped, I let them talk while I withdraw the vaults and yachts. You post gains, I post results. You hold hopes, I hold the pulse. Wrist on gold, book on stealth. Draw down low, account got health. They crowd forms, beg for help. I fake candles, print from wealth. Ain't no demo, this real depth. I don't bluff, I just press left. You see a wick, I see a check. You ride fear, I ride finesse. They think it's test, cap, but it's all real. Live, big trade hit, bang. Then I sign deals.
I was muted. Whoops. But yeah, like you see, like Nasdaq and Bitcoin are the same chart. Yeah, if Bitcoin was like a not a risk on asset, like you should not be this highly correlated. Hopefully though, right? Hopefully it does, you know, survive long term. Becomes more of a risk off asset over time. Also interesting that we were pumping today when everything else was dumping. If this continues into next week, that'd be pretty interesting to note. Because last time that happened was when we put in like the higher time frame lows, right? When was it? It was like around here, right? Yeah, like Bitcoin started leading, like when we had like the tariff dump, Bitcoin was like leading the rally, right? And started pumping before like the indexes did. So it'll be very interesting to know if something similar is like starting to develop here. Short to Zcash. Rather not. Not just short some random fucking coin. Oh, that does look like primed to be shorted. Yeah, interesting chart. A little late of an entry for my liking if I was going to be shorting this already, but rather gotten up here before it started rolling over. Yeah, but anyways, I don't really trade this kind of shit. Do they even have it on here? Yeah, they do. Bum 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 bum. I was like, I don't know if it's a good idea. So, I mean, okay, suppose the whole market is pumping. You usually don't want to be shorting stuff that has like the highest relative strength, right? You usually want to be taking shorts on like the shitter coins that are like looking weak as is on the move up. Cause like that Zcash coin is like all the mind share right now, so I'm sure all like the brain dead people that don't know how to actually trade are trying to like FOMO into that. So like probably get another leg up, right? It's kind of another unreasonable pump. Bum, 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 bum. Not a bad idea though, honestly. Yeah, if I was paying attention to this like earlier today when it was making this like final candle, probably would have taken a short, to be honest. To be honest. Filecoin also sent today, basically putting a 2x. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I was looking at some of these things earlier. Same with Injective. Injective just had a massive candle like an hour ago. I don't know what the fuck this thing was. Yeah, I have no clue. I saw it and I'm like, I was looking at the daily charts and I just seen this thing. Okay, interesting. Interesting day though. Also, ETH is up on the day. What's going on over here? You know what's funny about today is how quickly the sentiment changed in one day, from like one leg up. While it's pumping like this, taking liquidity away from BTC. I don't know about that. Like, they're all down so much, right? It's like with like thin order books, it doesn't take much for these things to pump. But yeah, like, obviously some money was going into them. Plus, it could be like potential insider information leaked of the government shutdown ending. People are trying to like front run the announcement. Cause it was weird. All day today, I couldn't stop thinking about this. Like, this move up while everything was dumping. Been a while. We've seen that. Play market practice now is November 17th. Yeah, I've seen like people saying like betting. Like I think the bet for like the 50-day prediction went up a lot. 54%. That's going past the 16th.
I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your raft. Stop hunts with my chain, that's a fact. You full mode high, man, that's a trap. Options printing while you crash. I said it once, the math is the math. Fib levels tattered on my Tesla doors. I front run whales while you chase whores. Emotion your sleeve, I see the pause. I fade.
What would that be? That would be
Liquidity sweep, I eat your soul. That wick up top, I plan that rule. Market maker envy, I stole they code. Risk reward got me in control. Stats in my blood, I don't.
another full week.
I wake up fed, your candle closes my Rolex thread. And your stop loss, just pay my spread. I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your rafts. Stop hunts with my chain, that's a fact. You full mode high, man, that's a trap. Options printing while you crash. I said it once, the math is the math. You bought resistance, that's cute, bro. I to the other side, I run the show. And balance field, that's your
Interesting. I was watching a video by what's his face. What's his name now? I think it's like Larry Williams.
Delta stacked, I see the lean. My P&L's fat, your screen's just green, but that green turns red. Then you cry, I'm sipping Bordeaux, why you ask why? Math don't lie, but you do. You chase pumps, I move through. Your margin cool, buys me suits. Your liquidation pay my pool. I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your rafts.
stop hunting my chain, that's a fact. You fall mode high, man, that's a trap.
Whatever. Yeah, that's his name. But
From Fibonacci to Black Scholes Jones.
he does like a lot of like psychoanalysis with like a bunch of like, proprietary indicators he made as well. Pretty interesting view on things, but TLDR on what he was talking about, like most markets are gonna be going down slash sideways until January. And his stuff's usually pretty accurate. Also, like interesting. I was watching the All In podcast today, and the guy made a point about like a lot of people like do like tax loss harvesting at the end of the year, right? Like before like the tax calendar rolls over. But like I was saying that a lot of people like as more time has progressed in the markets year over year, like people keep trying to like front run each other because like December is not much liquidity because people are like traveling on vacation, not trading, etc. So you're starting to see like the impacts of that like show up earlier and earlier in the year, like in November. So it's like another thing to consider. We're coming out of QT plus M2, homie is wrong. I mean that would align with the end of QT, right? They announced that they're ending it in December. So if they end it in December and then you have to wait for it to waterfall into the economy, that would be in the new year. Which is exactly aligned with his prediction. Interesting guy though. I watched one of his interviews on Titans of Tomorrow. Because he has the record for like the Robins Cup. He has like the highest performance ever in that tournament. But the way he trades is ridiculous. Ridiculous. The guy takes on a crazy amounts of risk per trade. And the guy was like, how can you do that? Like, aren't you going to blow up your account? And his response was like, just don't be wrong. Make sure you don't put it on a losing trade. This guy was risking like 30% of his account in a single fucking trade. Thing is, like that kind of stuff works, but you have to be like extremely selective with your trades, right? You have to be like waiting for like nuke type events to be happening or like crazy pumps. So you might be taking like a handful of trades a fucking year. Every 3 to 4 generations. Individual will lose a family wealth. Just like only taking that risk. I think that guy knows what he's doing. Like I think part of the 30% thing was also because of like the tournament. It wasn't just like he does it whenever he trades all the time. With his like that regular account or the fund he manages. But there are people like that, right? Like if you read Market Wizards, there are some people in there that have like 90+% win rates in their entire trading career. They're just very selective with their trades is all. Like your boy. Like your motherfucking boy. Plus, I don't know if that 3 to 4 generation thing's even like true, right? Like, there are tons of families that exist that have like wealth passed down for like generations on generations. No issue. I could see it though. I could see it though. It just takes one bad apple, right, to ruin the fucking thing. Or maybe not even like a bad apple, just like, some like crazy black swan occurs. No way to make it back. RR. What's up, Marcos? Not much. Just chilling, babysitting some trades, and yapping. What's up with you? RR, risk reward.
No emotion in my click click. I'll go clean the fib legit. 618, I stack, I sit. Day long, the wick, the crowd ain't quit. Molten fate, I don't bite. Just one trap, the candle flight.
Damn, my name got changed. Yeah, I don't know who you are. Yeah, but in that interview, like I was saying, the optimal percentage of your counter risk per trade is 4%. It's interesting, right? That's pretty high. Thoughts on gold as of now? Most sideways for a while. Yeah, probably. That was a pretty crazy, like, pretty crazy run, right? I'll never come back from this for a bit. Even like the weekly stats, like if you go look at like all the historical runs of gold, like 9 weeks was like the run, right? At that point, you're like in crazy outlier territory, and this was like 9, right? Yeah. I don't think it's done though. I think it's just gonna kind of consolidate for a while, and then just end up going a little like higher eventually. I saw that 9-week stop. Yeah, I saw it in some YouTube video, and then I saw also like the short bear on Twitter. He made like a write up about it. Plus, like you could just like the top signals were there, right? And the fact that like the people that were like buying gold in lines, like the volume spikes. Same thing that we saw when we were up here, right? Remember when we were talking about the volume spikes? It's the same shit again. 22% gold market cap rolls to Bitcoin goes 500k. Yeah. Is that true? What's the gold market cap? Like 30 trillion or something? Is that right? That math sounds wrong. $500 billion. I mean, I tossed into ChatGPT real quick. I think that math is wrong. I mean, it seemed wrong in my head just from you saying it, but because they're not that far market cap. I mean, like they are far, but they're not like orders of magnitude apart. They're both in the trillions, aren't they? Highest market cap assets. Oh, gold's really high now. Wow, it's 40 trillion. Okay, interesting. What's the math on that? Percent of the metals, all the metals. I'm not sure how big is copper and palladium and stuff. Platinum. Whatever. Either way, I don't know if I don't know if that money is leaving like in hordes like that. Yeah, at the end of the day, like Bitcoin is pretty worthless, right? Let's be honest with ourselves. Like if a world war breaks out, I don't think people are gonna be hoarding Bitcoin over gold. Again, everyone says that they're fucking hodlers, right? I'm Bitcoin hodler. But price goes down to like 50, 40k from here. You think people are gonna be holding that shit? Not freaking the fuck out and selling? I don't know about that. Do not know about that. People underestimate how quickly the price drops, right? When like fear hits the market, no one's fucking selling. So the hoarder book is thin as fuck on the buy side. Or sorry, no one's buying. And people are walking over each other trying to get out that bitch. So marketing for whatever price they can. Don't care about slippage. Also, you know what's interesting? Like, have you guys been paying attention to this like quantum whole thing about the quantum and the old wallets? Pretty alarming. Pretty alarming. They can't crack Bitcoin for 20 years? I don't think that's true. About quantum computing, being able to hack the wallets. Yeah, like essentially, whatever, like I'm sure you know if you've studied cryptography like in your program, but like there's like one entity and there's like another, and you're like sending data, right? And then like along the way you encrypt it with like whatever method. And this can be substituted, right? So you can like switch the encryption to like a quantum proof encryption algorithm. And like, that's not the problem. But the problem is that Bitcoin has to be transferred to wallets that have this enabled. So all the lost coins and Satoshi's wallet are not going to be able to do that. So they have like a vulnerability essentially in the design that enables like quantum computing if slash when it can start to crap like the current encryption methods we use, like the elliptic curve cryptography or whatever Bitcoin uses. Like this will have a vulnerability to be hacked. Yeah, the timeline, I don't know. I don't know. Cause yeah, there are a lot of issues with quantum computing, right? But the thing about at that point with bigger problems because 240 encryption more generally is vulnerable. Not really. Like quantum, like using quantum computers to break cryptography is not really a problem, right? Like there's already plenty of quantum-proof encryption methods. The problem with this is in the design of how the wallets worked, the original wallets. Like banks and whatnot, like and like government programs are all gonna be fine. So I've seen people talking about like they need to make like a proposal essentially to like put a timer on these people to say like if you don't move these coins out of these wallets by like X days, like they will be burned slash locked. Like they're gonna update the protocol to do that. Or maybe come up with something else. I don't know. I don't like really follow like the Bitcoin devs and stay in the know too much. But it does seem like a legitimate issue from what like, I've read around. This does seem like an actual problem. Maybe I've been swindled. But yeah, Bebo, the thing about quantum computing is like general purpose quantum computing, yeah, that's like a ways away, right? But to have the quantum computing that like solves like just like a Shor's algorithm or something, that's not that far away.
Limits pivots, this ain't a guess. Risk gets taxed while I compress. No reaction, I pre-play stress. Your whole edge I repossess. You felt the shift, but I placed the weight. They say whales move the sea, but I own the tide.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure they'll come up with something. It's not like a solutionless problem. Stop doing anyways. Pretty cool though. If you want to go watch like stuff about like quantum proof encryption, you can go look up what are they called? Like lattices. Like lattice based cryptography. At the end of the day, all it is this, right? Like cryptography is just like some math problem that is like has too many solutions. So therefore, the computer has to guess them, like brute force it. And as computing power like increases, they just make this math problem harder and harder. Like the solution space just gets bigger and bigger. So like lattices are like in like 900 plus dimension math problem. So like even quantum computers are not fast enough to like do this. Yeah, I gotta brush my teeth. Be back in 2 minutes.
How you know the bounce like that? Because the fib don't lie. And what if I test that level? Then I'll buy the dip every time. The mat is the mat, and we don't miss. It's too easy when you do it right. Math so clean it turned dark to light. It's too easy when you know the vibe. One retrace and we both align. It's too easy when you study deep. No chase, we just let it repeat. It's too easy, now the price obey. And we whisper in charts in a sweet delay. How you know the bounce like that? Because the fib don't lie. And what if I test that level? Then I'll buy the dip every time. The mat is the mat.
exact. Spread it real tight, just like the rap. I trade, I flex, I ghost, I stack. Smoke in my chest, plan in my mind. Numbers align, I move on time. Stop loss, clean that edge, be prime. You trade emotion, I trade design. Them want vibes, I want fit. Them want pump, I want grit. Them buy high, I flip it. Now them stops get slit. Slow burning, slow earning every candle. I've been learning charts, whisper price, confirm it. Entry goes, they ain't this. I puff that far, then load that size. I trust the line, they trust in lies. Low in a wick, I optimize. You feeling hope, I strategize. Charts on mute, no need for chat. They guessing moves, I place it.
Okay, okay.
Just like the rap, I
You're back.
flex, I ghost, I stack.
Teeth glistening.
Price low creeping, I hold grace. They want breakout, I want base. Me and risk, we never race. Smoke curl up like liquid.
But yeah, like lattice cryptography, but pretty interesting shit.
They short the low, I hit rotation.
That'd be a good way to explain it.
I puff that far, then load that size. I trust the line, they trust in lies. Low in a wick, I optimize. You feeling hope, I strategize. Charts on mute, no need for chat. They guessing moves, I place exact. Spread it real tight, just like the rap. I trade, I flex, I go.
Alright, let's just assume there's like three dimensions. There's a bunch of like dots that exist, or like points that exist like in this graph, right? And then you have like 2 points, and there's like a shortest path to that point. So like verifying that path is like very easy, right? If you know the path. But if you're trying to guess the path, like it's hard, right? Because there's so many different points you can take. It's like you can go here, then here, you can go here, then here, you can go here, then here, and then then the next point, right? Do you go from here to here, or do you go from here to here, here to here, so on and so forth. And like the ones that they're using for quantum computers are like not 3-dimensional. They're like 900, like 1,000 dimensions. I'm sure if you look online on YouTube or something, you can find like a good visual for it. Good visualizer. There's probably other methods too, right? I imagine there's probably a bunch of other ones now. Quantum proof encryption methods. Okay, like lattices are the first one. Multivariates. What is this? Interesting. Anyways. I'm curious to look up this wallet thing a little bit more in depth. What's it do with that? So we have alarms set, right? Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Bitcoin does use elliptic curves. SEC P256K1 curve to be exact.
Late night clicks in silence. Price talk back in violence. I drew that line in science. Now you pay that math compliance.
Marcos got the thieves laid clean. Mac 618 to 786, we stack mean. Orders deep like the Villa pool. Hit that wick, now we acting cool.
So apparently, if the public key for the wallet was used or like exposed on chain at any point, its wallets with that, what's the word? That's like one of the conditions for the wallet to be like at risk. There's still another issue with it, but that's like one of the main problems.
Overheads fed 618, I'm like with ease. 6, yeah, I start to tease. 702 had more disease. By 75, I was begging please. 786, that's beast mode. Big size feel that candle froze. Full send hit, I'm in that seat. Marco's playing this game elite. 618, get the light dip. 6, little more grip. 702, airway quick. 75 hit, I'm locked in rich. 786, that's a trap door zone. Biggest order sitting on the throne. We come down, feel that line. Marcos flip it, trade divine. I don't chase them, make them come to me. Pixel perfect, this ain't luck, it's key. Calculated, cold blooded, clean. Fibs on screen, bad bitch rolling green. Deep field hit, then reverse insane. Rip through highs, can't tame this lane. You trade vibes, I trade domain. Blueprint built, I run this game. Stack like coke in a high rise suite. Buy so low, I resell peaks. Shroomed out star roof in the race. Marco stack size, why they chase? 618, get the light dip. 6, little more grip. 702, airway quick. 75 hit, I'm locked in rich. 786, that's a trap door zone. Biggest order sitting on the throne. We come down, feel that line. Marcos flip it, trade divine. No emotion, just execution. Deep feels Fibonacci fusion. I'm still crying about illusion. Marcos just ran up a revolution.
Interesting. Seems like an extended timeline. I don't know how accurate this thing is. 10 years? 10 to 15 years?
Mom was crying while the rent passed due. Now she count blessings with a sky view. I was down bad, no one had a clue. Now we all good, whole crew came through. They ain't see the map, just a doubt in they face. Now I'm cruising slow in a starlit wraith. Never needed luck, I just needed some space. To build it from scratch, now we floating in grace. I was in the dark with a pixel dream. Trading in pain, trying to find my theme. Late night charts, steady chasing green. Mama said pray, I said watch the screen. Whole fam slept while I mapped that zone. Woke them all up when I touched that throne. Golden pocket entries, built this alone. Now we eat well, got marble and chrome. She used to cry, now her smile stay bright. I took that weight, made it fly like a kite. They used to mock, now they copy the light. Marco's the name, put the game in flight. Mom was crying while the rent passed due. Now she counting blessings with a sky view. I was down bad, no one had a clue. Now we all good, whole crew came through. They ain't see the map, just a doubt in they face. Now I'm cruising slow in a starlit wraith. Never needed luck, I just needed some space. To build it from scratch, now we floating in.
Interesting.
Blessings, I let it all play. Wrote this in code, made a plan every day.
Yeah, it seems like the only solution is to either like one, they need to transfer those stuff off those wallets, or B, like there should be like a fork in the network essentially. Interesting.
Fibonacci scale like a blade in hand. 618 like a signal from Mars. Set the order, now I'm counting the stars. Whisper said he won't go far. Now they all watch charts from luxury cars. Detached soul, I don't fold, I compute. Every feel, now a loop of the truth. Used to lose sleep from the weight of the roof. Now we high rise, math get the proof. Came from the void, no echo, no cheer. Only that screen and no weight of the fear. Mama was stressing, the rain coming near. Now she infer with the diamonds that smear. I was alone, now the feel look divine. Hesitate once and you miss the whole line. Math hit coded, don't beg to be kind. Every zone I drew came back in the line. Pixel perfect when I breathe in the dark. Limit place, now the candles embark. Autumn doubts, gone like a spark. Just me the chart and the art.
Rob, R-O-B, where do you think we're heading? I don't know what you're talking about. In regards to what?
Marcos trades. Deep in the trenches. Big wave, big math. Yeah. Set the wave, I surf, I move it. Whales get clipped when the math too ruthless. Trenches cold, but the wrist on stupid. Size get dumped, they pray, I prove it. I'm the current, they just floating lost.
Came back with a new name. Oh yeah, you have the same picture. RR, Rob.
Don't get drawn, well steps regret it. 618 like teeth embedded. I bite back when the sea look hectic. I'm in stealth, no sonar blip. Got size so big it'll flip they ship. Lick map blink, that's bait to grip. I just sit then pop that clip. Trend setter, I chart the swell. Pulse of the tide, I rid that well. They just swim where I cast that spell. Every reversal, I ring that bell. Set the wave on surf, I move it. Whales get clipped when the math too ruthless. Trenches cold, but the wrist on stupid. Size get dumped, they pray, I prove it. I'm the current, they just floating lost. I hunt depths, they don't know the cost. Quick get tapped, that's blood in the sea. I got fills where the pressure peak be. Deep sea pockets, that's where I dwell. They chase pumps, I wait and shell. Flip get marked and the trap get set. They swim loud, I move in stealth. Float through charts like I breathe that tide. Bad bitch rolling while I glide. POC get kissed and slide. I front run trends, they chase and cry. No clout moves, I just set the tone. This the ocean math on a platinum phone. Whole crew fed on precision zones. We hunt whales, they die alone. Set the wave on surf, I move it. Whales get clipped when the math too ruthless. Trenches cold, but the wrist on stupid. Size get dumped, they pray, I prove it. I'm the current, they just floating lost. I hunt depths, they don't know the cost. Wick get tapped, that's blood in the sea. I got fills where the pressure peak be.
Bum, 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 bum.
It ain't luck when the ocean bends. Just pressure. Math. Impatience. Marcos. Marcos.
Yes, sir. Didn't believe it, huh?
Migo. We know. Man made millionaires. Back then they ain't care. Now my whole fam in the air. Private flights, no stairs. Golden fibs, I swear. 6-1 Lamb truck, 2-tone glare. TP hit, I stare. Money talk loud, they scared. They laughed at the plan, I sports with the fam. Used to run, stop, lost, now run the land. Backwards field chart still in hand. Had no help, just math, no scam. Mom and Dior, niece got bands. Auntie and Benz, all from scams. Did it with skill, no box, no
Bum,
chance.
bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I think I'm heading in regards to what? I don't know.
That's overload. Move. Risk to reward, I drove the code. Now I'm ice while they the code. Man made millionaires. Blink. Back then they ain't care. Now my whole fam in the air. Private flights, no stairs. Golden fibs, I swear. 6-1 Lamb truck, 2-tone glare. TP hit, I stare. Locked in. Money talk loud, they scared. Plotting in silence, counted the ticks. Late night with charts, no clicks. They mock the math, now I'm rich. Ops got Tears on the keys, just me and the heat. Price ran wild, I ain't retreat. Midnight lows made the eyes so sweet. They talk racks, I bled for this. Charles got scars, yeah, I thread that stitch. Used to be pain, now it's profit ticks. But they ain't dead when the soul got hit. Dark room 3, I'm heart sunk deep. No lights on, but I V-walk beam. Snipe from lost, turned into scheme. Now every tray got a haunted gleam. I tweet, I just flipped the zone. Marked up levels with a cracked out phone. Smoking a year blunt to the dome. Wasn't no help, I was all alone. They cheered now, but I paid that cost. Stop loss hit like a gunshot cross. Reload quick, couldn't count that loss. Math in the veins like I'm wired to the boss. Candlelight wood, no sleep. Nah. Tears on the keys, just me and the heat. Price ran wild, I ain't retreat. Midnight lows made the eyes so sweet. They talk racks, I bled for this. Charles got scars, yeah, I thread that stitch. Used to be pain, now it's profit ticks. But they ain't there when the soul got hit. Fake love, now they act like fans. Weren't in the mud when I built my plan. Didn't see stops hit back to back. Didn't see nights that broke this man, but I rose like wick on a news fed spike. Pressure in lungs, but the math felt right. Turned red into green, took risks with spite. Now I ghost through price like a solid night. They only know the flex, but the ghosts in the games came from pain. I ain't forget. It was candlelight war, no sleep. Tears on the keys, just me and the heat. Price ran wild, I ain't retreat. Midnight lows made the eyes so sweet. But it's all
will bring the AI rest. So it seems the West is not disagree about this. So how do you think?
That's not what I said. What I said was that China has very good AI technology. They have many AI researchers. In fact, 50% of the world's AI researchers are in China. And they develop very good AI technology. In fact, the most popular AI models in the world today are open source models are from China. And so they're moving very, very fast. The United States has to continue to move incredibly fast. And otherwise, the world is very competitive. So we have to.
It's midnight money.
Shout out to Jensen, right? Isn't it crazy that his like cousin is like the CEO of AMD? Like, is it his cousin or it's like some familiar tie, right? Yeah, they're cousins. What are the odds? I don't know what their origin story behind that is. How did that come to be? Like the one helped the other start the company.
Late night scripts with no auto clones. Marble floor echo that candle slap. Practice truth, they can fake that map. Whispers in the chat, I don't need that cap. Cause the VWAP kissed and I ran that trap. Late night run, I'm up with the chart. Backseat view, coupe glow in the dark. Did the math clean, out the wrist on spark. Did it all cold, I ain't need their heart. Silk sheet trays, I ain't break no sweat. They tall out, but I clear those bets. Got rich of lines that they callin' fake. Dashed in gold, price bounced off fake. Midnight margins. Marcos. Whoa. Yeah. Ops talk, we let the charts talk back.
Drill that math, boy.
Used to sleep broke, now I dream in penthouse. Math so sharp, I could carve a trend out. Charts don't lie, but my wrist too loud. Hey. Came from the red, now the green drip proud. Facts. Big bags hit like a 12 gauge pop. walk. Whole life flipped off the flip and stock. I was in the dark with a cracked screen glow. Facts. Drew lines once, Price never said no. They laughed back then, said it's too many tools. Now they front run math and look like fool. No bot, no signal, no follow trade. Just zone to zone with the lines I lay. Now it's Perkins 4 and a rate for me. All cause the fake out set me free. Bulls went broke off opium highs. I short day dreams and I monetize. Red boxes hit like a stick in the war. And I size that lot like a brick to a door. Used to sleep broke, now I dream in penthouse. Math so sharp I could carve a trend out. Charts don't lie, but my wrist too loud. Came from the red, now the green drip proud. Facts. Big bags hit like a 12 gauge bar. Lamb truck goes from the TP drop.
Is there music with this? Oh my god.
They post gains, I post receipts. They hit stops, I feast on beats. Marco's made, never preset cheat. This the math, this the seed of elite. Penthouse truth, from the basement dreams. Now the floor got marble, the chart got beams. Marcos, the math made me rich. Talk less, print more.
Boom, 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 boom.
That are adversarial to the U.S. will ultimately buy Bitcoin and potentially other coins, but I would say at least start with Bitcoin. And so I think it's gonna be an arms race, right? And it'll be like Dr. Strangelove, strategic mind shift, yeah, right? Like it's gonna be a real race. And as you know, there's only 21 million, and if a bunch of people all want to buy a million each, it's not enough to go around, right? And there again, that's why I'm so bullish, because there's just not enough Bitcoins to satisfy countries' desires. I think the U.S. has 200,000 Bitcoins just from confiscations, kind of a random.
And China has roughly the same, I think.
Yeah, China has roughly the same. I mean, no problem seeing them wanting to buy a million Bitcoins. Yeah, I mean, it's still tiny.
Are these public companies like the Polymarket and whatnot? Hmm. Interesting.
Charts was all I knew. Candlelight dinners with the Bactis crew. 100 tabs, but I saw it through. Now
Okay.
Midnight grind made diamonds out of drawdown. Now the chalks look clean and the wrist got frost now. Whispers turn loud, but I still move ghost town. Only thing I ever chased was math, not cloud. No late night running, VWAP humming. Price kiss level got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tucked, I ain't need no light. TP hit, why they still think twice? Small money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash. Backseat charts, coupe dash digital. Benz move silent, gains residual. Stared at the screen till my soul went critical. Now I sip slow with a view that's biblical. No sleep, just plans and fills. Back to deep like I'm hunting for kills. Wrote the script, they follow the thrill. But I printed that map, let them chase the hills. Vested in zones they don't even see. Dash line bounce, that's prophecy. Didn't believe, now they copy me. But math ain't something you fake on a beat. They gon' buy from me, they gon' toy from me. TEDx cash, baby keep tired from me. Like chasers, he tied to me. I don't know you late night running, VWAP humming. Price kiss level got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tucked, I ain't need no light. TP here, why they still think twice? Small money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash. Late night running, VWAP humming. Price kiss level got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tucked, I ain't need no light. TP here, why they still think twice? Small money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash.
Yeah. Final speaking silence in the room. FOMC day. Yeah. Geeked off the math, not emotions. Let's work.
FOMC got me geeking. Wick so deep, tape speaking. Ops in the drawdown tweaking. I'm sizing, heavy breathing even. Two screens lit, one for the rate. Other for the stops I take. They chase, break out too late. I'm in from the how they take the bait.
That Fed tone came cold, I'm colder. Tape like lava, my wrist on polar. Click that short like a pop-up soda. Then I vanish, Bugatti motor. Drew that fib rate right on cue. Chart swing while I still move smooth. Ops got hit, not a word, no clue. They on shock, I'm counting through. Ash in the tray, loud in the room. White House talking, I'm winning by noon. Walk in the glass, math in my brain. Size too big, it been a flame.
FOMC got me geeking. Wick so deep, tape speaking. Ops in the drawdown tweaking. I'm sizing, heavy breathing even. Two screens lit, one for the rate. Other for the stops I take. They chase, break out too late. I'm in from the how they take the bait. No tweet, no post, just profit. Pow drop heat, I caught it. They caught fear, I caught tops. I catch racks, they catch loss. Got rich off the Fed, play pressure. Ops hit by, I apply that measure. 1 minute chart look like a stretcher. I'm playing chess, they playing guesses. FOMC, that's my Super Bowl. Map been prep, now I play my role. Watch them all get shook off wicks, while I double tap sides like sticks. FOMC, got me geeking. Wick so deep, tape speaking. Ops in the drawdown tweaking. I'm sizing, heavy breathing even. Two screens lit, one for the rate. Other for the stops I take. They chase, break out too late. I was in at the fake, now watch them break. Yeah, that rate move wasn't random. It was mad, it was me. And you got Marcos.
Marcos.
They ain't believe it. Now the table long enough for all of us.
sunset drip. Dreams got streamed, now the pockets flip. Didn't need clout, just a clean little fit. They laughed at the plan, now they calling it lit. Cousin in Dior wasn't like that before. Now he FaceTime daily, say teach me more. Granny in silk, no rent, just grace. She prayed for the trades and the wrist got laced. We made it through nights they ain't seen. Charts on the screen while they sleep. Now the winds feel deep, cause I brought the whole street. Used to doubt me, now they eat too. Private chef plates in the beach view. Whole fam wrapped in the math I knew. Chart went up, now the sky ain't blue. Rose in the drive, mama got one. Bro got keys to a drop top run. Unc on the jet, he ain't never done coach. Said it's all luck, I just stuck to approach. They laugh. Now they live in what I saw. The math was always enough. Marcos. Yeah. Marcos. Drop that data. CPI they scare we feast.
CPI, drop on lit. Print the Rex Bugatti kit. Scrap folder, drop, I don't flinch. Long that wick, then flip that switch. Numbers flash, they panic sell. I just feel no wishing well. Slip that slip page, caught that spell. CPI blessed, now I rebel. Economist guessing, I'm pressing the button. Whip got modes like recession coming. They watching CNBC, I'm dumping. Caught that fake out, then I'm pumping. Inflation scared, we like that bait. Yo, I'll go slow, my math too great. 0.6 B, I open gates. 0.2 miss, I still get plates. Red to green, my net worth beam. Pre-CPI, I scheme. Size in dark, pool streams. Charts blow up like dream for real. CPI, drop on lit. Print the Rex Bugatti kit. Scrap folder, drop, I don't flinch. Long that wick, then flip that switch. Numbers flash, they panic sell. I just feel no wishing well. Slip that slip page, caught that spell. CPI blessed, now I rebel. CPI flash, that's the spark. Spike that candle, then I park. Fibonacci in the dark. Hit my 618, then embark. Gas, food, shelter, watch that print. They press short, I press mint. They post charts, I post tint. That Bugatti Matt, no Lambo keys, they rattle loud. Economics got the crowd, but I just stare, real unbowed. Cause I got edge, they not allowed. CPI, volatility divine. They pray for calm, I realign. Big tech move, I redefine. While they sweat news, I just recline. CPI, drop, I'm lit. Print the Rex Bugatti kit. Red folder, drop, I don't flinch. Long that wick, then flip that switch. Numbers flash, they panic sell. I just feel no wishing well. Slip that slip page, caught that spell. CPI blessed, now I rebel. They wait for Jerome, I wait for CPA. The math is the math. Bugatti sound like got 'em.
Yeah. Midnight grind, made diamonds out the drawdown. Now the charts look clean, and the wrist got frost now. Whispers turn loud, but I still move ghost town. Only thing I ever chased was math, not cloud. Late night running, VWAP humming. Price kiss level, got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tucked, I ain't need no light. TP hit while they still think twice. Smart money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash. Late night running, VWAP humming. Price kiss level, got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the racks keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tucked, I ain't need no light. TP hit while they still think twice. Smart money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash. Backseat charts, coupe, that's digital. Benz move silent, my soul went critical. Now I sip slow with a view that's biblical. No sleep, just plans and feels. Back test deep like I'm hunting for kills. Wrote the script, they follow the thrill. Thought I printed that map, let them chase the hills. Vested in zones they don't even see. Dash line bounce, that's prophecy. Didn't believe, now they copy me. But math ain't something you fake on a beat. Late night running, VWAP humming. Price kiss level, got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the rats keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tuck, I ain't need no light. TP hit while they still think twice. Smart money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash. Late night running, VWAP humming. Price kiss level, got filled, no frontin'. Empty inbox, but the rats keep coming. Silk sheets now, but I came from nothing. Golden pocket tuck, I ain't need no light. TP hit while they still think twice. Smart money steps, no dice, just math. I ain't post, I just watch them crash.
Wick, tapper, stop, snatcher. Price bounce pixel on the matcher. They chase green, I stagger. Fade the move, no swagger. Flash that wick, then vanish. Got that, now they panic. No luck, just a static. That math hit, automatic. Wick, tapper, stop, snatcher. Price bounce pixel on the matcher. They chase green, I stagger. Fade the move, no swagger. Flash that wick, then vanish. Got that, now they panic. No luck, just a static. That math hit, automatic. Wick, tapper, stop, snatcher. Price bounce pixel on the matcher. They chase green, I stagger. Fade the move, no swagger. Flash that wick, then vanish. Got now they panic. No luck, just a static. That math hit, automatic. Wick, tapper, stop, snatcher. Price bounce pixel on the matcher. They chase green, I stagger. Fade the move, no swagger. Flash that wick, then vanish. Got now they panic. No luck, just a static. That math hit, automatic. That math hit, automatic.
PP I just dropped. We trade that. Math, Rex, Ice. PP I pop and count up Rex. Math too strong, I ain't fall for the trap. Go AP, got a face all black. Gotta hit clean, made the wrist go crack. Richard Mill tick when the spike retract. Chart went red, now the coupe all matte. Stats don't lie, got the haters all flat. Made one move, now I'm up like that. Hopped in the market like who want smoke. They long that wick, I broke they hope. Back this deep scene where it poke. Then drop that size, that precision cloak. Wrist game look like a data stream. PPI 5 got me sipping lean. Told my jeweler chart that gleam. Stats on lock, I just print the dream. PP I pump, count up racks. Math too real, I don't trust no yak. Two-tone rollie, the best mismatch. Price went dumb, I let that pass. Chart went ghost, then I fade like flash. Big boy feels no need to bash. Candle wick low, then I let that slash. Ops got clapped off a retail stash. Micro move, but the payout large. Price that hit, now I swipe that charge. Bag at face look like a chart. All on PP, I play my part. Math too icy, flows too cold. PPI hit, then I went gold. Bought new yacht off a mean threshold. Blue face day, never get sold. I ain't need no luck, just stats and time. snipe. Cut or hike, I trade that hype. Dubs or hawks, they sweat all night, but I just fade, the math too right. Whip got clocks like the Fed got fear. Hold that squat when the dot plot near. Traders scream, I sip that clear. They got stops, I engineer. Headlines panic, I just glance. Levels hold like luxury pants. 618, my entry dance. FOMC, that's just advanced. Jerome speak loud, I whisper back. Caught that spike, then flip the stack. Balance sheet look wild on track, but I got feels, no time for they. Wait on Jerome, I wait on my zone. He pressed that mic, I press that phone. POC tagged, I'm in my throne. Rate go up, I'm still full grown. Hello dash hit pixel snipe. Cut a hike, I trade that hype. Dubs or hawks, they sweat all night, but I just fade, the math too right. Liquidity sweep then breaks. Fade that wick, I clean that plate. 2-point move off FOMC, but I was there pre-debate. Macro flow, no tweets, just big size in the order sheets. Jerome talk yields, I talk cheat codes. Market move slow, I beat those. Smart money view my craft. No emotion, just math. Marco's chart got goal lines, and Fed days make them all laugh. Move the mic, but we move size. He talk hikes, we talk fills. They chase candles, we chase bills. This ain't no hype, this real skill. They wait on Jerome, I wait on my zone. He pressed that mic, I press that phone. POC tagged, I'm in my throne. Rate go up, I'm still full grown. Yellow dash hit pixel snipe. Cut or hike, I trade that hype. Doves or hawks, they sweat all night, but I just fade, the math too right. Math.
Price don't lie. The math, that is the math. Ran it back, they set the stop. Feel that level, marked it clean and let it drop. Just one shot. I don't chase, I let it pop. Math don't flop. One more candle, then I'm up. They get got. Hit the level, yellow flash. Snap line. Fill that with collected cash. Midnight shine. No emotion, just the math. Calculated path. While they panic, I relax. Sipping while they crash. Wrote that zone like a scripture. Price tag, perfect full fixture. No miss, no glitch. I'm in the charts like a whisper. Here goes like the flicker. Ran it back, they set the stop. Fill that level, marked it clean and let it drop. Just one shot. I don't chase, I let it pop. Math don't flop. One more candle, then I'm up. They get got. You trace hope, we trace math. We trace math. You want breakouts, we want path. Fade that wrath. I hear your panic in the graph. Breathe too fast. We drift off in the crash. And just laugh.
No tweet, no flex, just feel.
Silent pill.
Midnight bite, I move still.
Chill and kill.
Session over, ran uphill.
Then we build.
Mark the zone, the market kneel.
Be the skill.
Champagne chart, white screen glow.
Backlight slow.
Every whip, we let it show.
Never low.
Ops just guess, we know.
Tap and go.
Math locked in, we stole the show.
Ran it back, they set the stop. Fill that level, marked it clean and let it drop. Just one shot. I don't chase, I let it pop. Math don't flop. One more candle, then I'm up. They got. One shot. No chase. They move loud. We move math. Marcos.
Yeah, yeah. Marcos.
Loud in me spliff, that time me brain. Watch this. Loud in the wood, charts in the frame. Smoke it. Hit the retrace, cook in the game. Cooking. Popping trees, wild price go tame. Chopping. Soon as a spike, I take aim. Big gas, big bags, we lit. Flame. Red box wick, get twisted. She like how I trade, how I live. Marco. Smoke and math, that's the gift. Big gas, big bags, we lit. Red box wick, get twisted. She like how I trade, how I live. Marco. Smoke and math, that's the gift. Run it. Big spliff roll, it's a lot of flame. Entry sweet, but the risk insane. View up park, then I ride that lane. Golden pocket, bounce off range. Youths them cap on twitter.com. I sip mint tea while they blow funds. My shit is sharp with the fibs and guns. Drop
What should we do? What should we do? How long has it been?
I just cruise, I light up while they lose.
Damn, been a while.
Hit the retrace, cook in the game. Puffin trees, wild price go tame. Soon as it spike, I take aim. Big gas, big bags, we lit. Red box wick, get twisted. She like how I trade, how I live. Marco, smoke and math, that's the gift. Blessed. Shots go rhythm like rhythm spun tape. 1-2 move, I set that bait. They bite, boom, I flip that fate. Green on the screen while I blow that.
Does this video finally load? Oh, it did.
Fine but style unhinged. Profit pool looking like a win. Cool head, hot lungs, big muff. Ups long highs, I let that crash. Island boy with a Wall Street craft. She say I glow, that's the flash. Loud in the wood, charts in the frame.
Interesting.
Retrace, cook in the game. Puffin trees, wild price go tame. Soon as it spike, I take aim. Big gas, big bags, we lit. Red box wick, get twist. She like how I trade, how I live. Marco, smoke and math, that's the gift. Facts.
Marcos. Yeah, stop at break even, I don't play with it. Secure the zone, then I fade with it. Move that stop, break even pop. Price gate push, then I lock the lot. Tiny gain, that's still the plot. Risk free now, let it chop. Mad made rock, don't sweat the bounce. Price flip once, now count the ounce. Couldn't hold full, still took that slight. One tick green, that sleep at night. Soon as I'm green, I protect the throne. Price come back, I'm already gone. No revenge, just logic shown. Trail that stop like a dog on bone. I'm in the zone with a Fibonacci. Math so sharp, make Wall Street copy. They swing wild, I mark and box it. Risk control, that's my logic. They pray for trend, I just secure. One move right now, I'm insured. Let it run or let it scratch, but I ain't hold if the math don't match. Break even hit, that's no shame. Next play loaded, exact same game. Stack them crumbs, they build that plate. Now my bankroll clean, no fake. Move that stop, break even pop. Price gate push, then I lock the lot. Tiny gain, that's still the plot. Risk free now, let it chop. Map made route, on sweat the bounce. Price flip once, now count the ounce. Couldn't hold full, still took that slight. One tick green, that sleep at night. They get greedy, I get smart. Sook you small, tear them apart. It's not luck, it's now I feel it. Stop the break, then close the deal. Take off. I ain't lose when price reversed. Stop moved up, now they hurt. They held hope, I held plan. Risk to zero, that's how I stand. They got I got green. Played the edge, exit clean. They don't hop, I get them in. Man, me boost, that's froze my bins. Move that stop, break and snap. No regret, I won that map. Tiny win, that still hit. Long game plays, I never quit. Stack the crumbs, let math expand. Risk free flow, that's what I plan. You still hope, I still chart. That break even life, that's sharp. Marcos. Lock in. Trail tight. They chase, I trace. The math is the math. You got guy.
sweeping. They ain't do nothing. Stepping on they zone, they ain't pop out. Hit they stops, now they're green, just top out. Char smoked out, lungs full of loud. We sippin' that walk while they margin drown. Zone got marked, I spun back twice. One little wick, then I ended they life. I don't tweet threats, I just pull up right with the size so fat it distort they sight. Private jet math, I be gone by noon. Hit they level, not a block in doom. Backwood twist, that's jet fuel fumes in the chart. Do flips when I enter the room. Wick that candle, don't flinch, just fade it. They trade off hope, I'm calculated. Zone like turf, and I just invaded. Ops got hit, and they chart deflated. No mask on, I do a bare face. With a richer milli on the wrist, no brace. Slide through stealth, but I leave no trace. All I left was a trap in a big briefcase. Stepping on they zone, they ain't pop out. Hit they stops, now the green just top out. Chart smoked out, lungs full of loud. We sippin' that walk while they margin drown. Zone got marked, I spun back twice. One little wick, then I ended they life. I don't tweet threats, I just pull up right with the size so fat it distort they sight. They don't want smoke, they just want clout. They drawing boxes, I'm taking them out. Zone looks soft, so I walk on in. Snatch they stops with a savage grin. Gotta crawl through the digital tape. They candle jump, that's my favorite bait. They try to break out, I bring the weight. Flip they longs, now I'm eating off plates. Math in motion, no luck, no hope. They was dreaming green, I handed the rope. Ice in my chain, match the fib, I pull .618 hits. Stepping on his zone, they ain't pop out. Hit they stops, now the green just top out. Chart smoked out, lungs full of loud. We sippin' that walk while they margin drown. Zone got marked, I spun back twice. One little wick, then I ended they life. I don't think that's so fat, it distort they sight. Marcos, yeah. You drew a little box, huh? But I'm on the other side of that, wicking it deep. Zone invaded, stops gone. Marcos.
Yeah. You feel that beat? But do you feel the math?
To check out. It's ASUS's new flagship 1440p monitor, and it has a mode which can run at 720 Hz.
Interesting.
Doesn't even seem like a real number when it comes to monitor refresh rates, but this one can do it. I just spent a bunch of time testing it out, and I have a lot of thoughts. First of all, there are a couple of things I don't want to go unnoticed on this monitor. First of which is actually the coating. This is the clearest and most anti-glare coating that I've ever seen on a monitor. This is the only monitor I've seen where you can have extremely strong ambient lighting hitting the panel, and the black levels basically don't change at all. There's almost zero glare, and it kind of looks fake. Of course, this is a pretty dramatic comparison with some brutal overhead lighting, but yeah, you get to maintain those black levels in pretty much any lighting setup you can imagine. It's a glossy coating as well, but it's unlike the QD OLED glossy where you get those black levels raising to like a purpley gray. This one is mega clear and just somehow stays pure black. This is also the first tandem OLED that I've reviewed. So tandem OLED is basically stacking the OLED layers to buff the light output. Apparently it also improves the lifespan of the panel as well, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it's the brightest OLED that I've tested. And usually when I say that, it's like a little 10%, 15% bump over before, but no, this one is actually a really big jump, over 330 nits on this panel. Now we're still not at peak LCD levels for these OLEDs, but man, we are slowly getting there. And we're at the point now where I don't even think most people will be running these at full brightness. At least I wouldn't be. They've got a 27-inch screen which can run in two different modes. The first one is 1440p 540 Hz, which makes this the fastest 1440p monitor currently. There's also a second mode which is a much lower res, but that can run at 720 Hz, and that makes this the fastest monitor ever, even exceeding what IPS or TN monitors have been able to achieve. Now the first mode is insane. ASUS already make a 1440p monitor with a 480 Hz refresh rate, and if you have that, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even think about upgrading. It's a tiny bump, but to an already ridiculous set of specs. The real conversation is if you're coming from like a 240 Hz monitor, especially if you're coming from a 240 Hz non-OLED. This is a massive bump both in smoothness, motion clarity, and overall image quality. I mean, your game's gonna look completely different. Targets are easier to keep up with visually, everything feels more responsive, and after switching to these high refresh rates myself, yeah, I mean, you just don't want to play on anything slower. The fluidity and responsiveness of 500 Hz plus gaming is just unreal, and I'll never stop saying how insane it is. Of course, you do have to be playing games that can run that fast to see it to its full potential, but if you can, it is just something else. The second mode though is the one I was really interested to try on this monitor. 720 Hz, man, that is just insane, but it's a much lower resolution than I initially thought it would be. It's only 720p. Now, the pixel scaling is actually perfect between the two modes. One pixel at 1440p, one pixel at 720p, so I went in really open-minded, especially because I don't mind lower resolutions for esports games, but I think I underestimated how bad it would actually look. Now, I'm not a resolution snob by any means. My main gaming monitor is the LG Dual Mode, which I've easily got a couple thousand hours on at this point, and I run that at 480 Hz, 1080p on a 32-inch panel. The the pixel scaling on that monitor is also not perfect, so I am used to my games not looking super crispy and super sharp. This 720Hz, 720p mode though, I'm not gonna lie man, it is pretty rough. I tried a bunch of Valorant and Overwatch, but mostly Valorant because that's where you can actually achieve 720 frames per second and fully saturate the monitor's refresh rate and get the full 720Hz experience. And I'm not gonna lie, 720Hz does look pretty mental. It is an unreal level of smoothness. Everything I just said about 540Hz is like that, but even a little bit more. The UFO ghosting test, for example, I've never seen a result that looks that clear. Going from UFO ghosting test benchmark to an actual game at 720p though, big difference. I mean, at low resolutions, everything gets downgraded. You get lower textures, the model detail decreases. I swear the render distance also decreases in some games because at longer ranges, I mean, you're basically just looking at a collection of pixels. It's kind of insane how much everything in the game gets downgraded at 720p. It's way more than I was expecting. One thing that did help a lot though was bumping up the render resolution in game and also turning on some higher graphic settings. Without doing these things, it's honestly just like you're playing Tetris, especially those longer range fights that I mentioned. I mean, it's pretty unbearable and almost laughable. At 720p, I was pretty much just guessing whether I was going to hit a shot at these ranges or not, but at 1440p, you can see and feel your accuracy at a completely different level. Overwatch felt pretty much the same experience. I mean, there's maybe a 10 to 15% bump in perceived smoothness, which is really nice. I mean, close gunfights especially feel almost scary smooth. But anything mid-range or long-range, I was just hating life. It just felt impossible at 720p. Every time I went from 720p to the 1440p 540Hz mode, it honestly felt like it was 85, maybe even 90% of the perceived smoothness, but the image quality was like, I mean, double or maybe even triple, if that's even something that you can quantify. But everything looks so much better, everything looks so much clearer. I think that's going to be the mode that you're going to be buying this monitor for, even the die-hard esports gamers like myself. I do actually like how the monitor looks as well. It's one of the reasons I kind of wanted to main it at my setup, because I think with a white desk, it does actually look really clean. You've got this transparent housing on the back, and this kind of white and silver backplate. The only things I'm not...
Whatever.
Now I in control, pull back dance. I catch that rhythm, chart too loud. I move with wisdom, they throw dice. I build system, Marcos trades. Too much precision, no stress, I sip my tea. Zone get tapped, then I press TP. You need signal, I just see. Structure form like prophecy.
You don't believe in the method, no. You just trade on vibes or charts. You wanna follow the flow I mark, or you just jump when the green look large. Me, I chill by the VWAP hold. Me, I wait while the fib unfold. I don't FOMO in for gold. I just fade that high when the math get bold.
Yeah. She asked how I always win. I say, baby, it's discipline. Shark got waves, I let it spin. No rush, I just read the wind. Fake out flash, they all bite. I sip slow, my plan right. They need hype, I need price. One zone hit, then I take flight. You chase candle, I chase calm. You get shaken, I stay bomb. They want magic, I want math. They want noise, I want path.
The man. Do you believe it? Do you trust it? When the wick gets sharp, do you love it? When the range get tight, do you rush it? Or you wait like me?
Do you believe in the math?
For now,
You just trade on vibes or charts. You wanna follow the flow,
I'm up.
or you just jump when the green look large. Me, I chill by the VWAP hold. Me, I wait while the fib unfold. I don't FOMO in for gold. I just fade that high when the math get bold.
The man is the man. The rhythm is the plan. If you trust it, it fits.
Marcos.
Marcos. Huh. Move that side. We don't scale, we slide. Brr. Yeah. Move that side like a bricks on road. Let me set, then I load that code. Chart too clean, they explode, implode. Stop hunt, sweep the ops on hold. Move that side like a moving key. 20 lot deep when I breathe with E. Push one line, watch the market free. They need luck, I just need my fee. Got that size like a well in stealth. Book so fat, got market health. Price just tap when I flash that wealth. You hold hopium, I hold belt. Cash flow slide, that's manual field. Broke, they stop with the click, no chill. They got rugged, I got thrill. Trade so big, make Wall Street kneel. Move that side like a kilo press. Matt too pure, I don't need two gets. They loan too high, now they feel that stress. Price go ghost, I finesse the rest. Move that size with the math behind. Price bounce off where I draw that line. Chart got smoke when I realign. TP hit, now I sip my wine. Still moving ounces, move the tape. One click hit and the block reshape. Liquidity dry, then I relocate. Sweep that zone like I sealed your fate. Got full size in the trap line zone. Brokers blink when I step, they moan. One false move, I be gone, I'm known. But size got weight like a chart in stone. Big side, trade life, rich tight, math right, fade height, get right. They been
God damn. Goddamn. We have to do a juice box soon. What time is it? We'll look at a 4-hour candle, yeah? Bum 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 bum. It's gonna be interesting to watch in the next coming weeks, right? What is up with the Dick C? Mm. And my eyes are dry as fuck. Fuck. I might just close along, to be honest. Actually, probably not. Probably not. So in the world where we fucking do bounce before getting down here, I'm probably gonna be in bed. I'm gonna get back in that thing. I mean, honestly though, I'll be surprised if we just sit in here the whole weekend, right? And just getting tighter and tighter. Bum 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 bum. What's like the low time frame liquidity looking like? 996. Damn. Interesting. I'm gonna start writing some of these down, right? Where that juice box at? Bum 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 bum. I mean, whatever. It's probably this, right? We kind of talked about this earlier. Probably that. To be honest. One thing though is like these are kind of like the worst traits to be trying to take, right? When you're starting to like build value in some area, and then you're trying to get right in the middle of the move, or, like the range. Like, ideally, you're like longing like the bottom or like shorting the top, right? So you're like smack dab in the middle with this thing. Like I suspect in terms of like this volume node. Whatever, we talked about the reasons earlier, like way at the start of the stream, but like yesterday's VWAP, the negative point of control, blah blah blah, plus like this volume point of control, etc. One issue with this thing though is there's like a big cluster of liquidity down here. And like we have like an outside day again, right? So like this rotation is like in play again for the third day in a row. So if we do come down here and like it starts to lose this level, then like you're cooked, and you're probably gonna get like hit your stop hit wherever you end up putting it. This is like way lower. To that point, like RR makes like no sense. But whatever, we'll leave it right in there. To kind of be mindful of that context. kind of just say the bullish retest of BD Valerii, etc. Oh yeah, there's stuff going on there. How are this stuff gonna be looking? Hmm. Yeah, that's something in this range, right? Assuming the data looks good. Thing is, trades like this on the weekend though, I don't know. Look low volume, suspicious. Like maybe we come tap the lows, kind of thing, and just kind of stay in this range like the whole weekend. Maybe it comes soup the highs later on. Why don't I just leave that there as well to like sweep up the lows after a full day rotation. And it might even do some like 886 type of garbage, right? Like for anyone that's been paying attention, we have been doing a lot of 886 bounces in this price range. We've been mashing. We had this one, ding. Then we had like the exact same thing in the opposite direction. Ding. So, and the liquidity is like right where this 886 would be here again, right? Ding. And it would just kind of go in line with the whole ding, right? Right or not right? Right or not right? I like to the upside, we talked about it, right? Like if we do start to come up here. Only problem with this though, like there's a world where we like tap this, right? Or even like there. So like let's say we do start to go up from here and you like smash your entry with your stop like there, for example. Like the RR is also not that great on this, right? Especially if you're waiting for like a candle confirmation, because like the candle might like close like all the way like up here. So I don't know if I'm feeling this idea too much. Each to their own though, right? Some people don't mind taking trades like that. My main concern is we might just look at really SFP this garbage. Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure that the order book spoofing is still going on, right? Yeah. Like this 2,000 Bitcoin has been flopping back and forth, right? First it was here, then here, then here, then here, then here, then here, then here. So might just end up keeping the price in the range like the whole weekend. It's kind of shit. In which case, the setup's even like worse, like a lower probability, right? Mm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this isn't gonna be a very juicy juice box. We'll say that. Like if anything, you'd want to be getting on some like really low time frame scalp here, right? Like something where you would like clean a low or whatever, like some lower time frame reversal starts forming on one of these levels, maybe even like here, right? Like bounce here and like flip the VWAP. And you can get it in with like a really tight stop loss. And just try and catch the move as like a really low scalp up to the highs. And let the rest go in case we do start going. But again, like tricky, right? Like low volume in the middle of like a tightening range, in the middle of like an even more tightening range. We're really random at that point, right? One person comes in, puts in a big buy order, price goes up. Somebody else comes in, puts in a big buy order, price is going down. So, not exactly the most reliable of trade setups to be taken. No, nothing has changed, right? In terms of the stuff that we've been talking about for the past few days, above and below and the higher time frames. We'll just say 3. High time frame, I guess like higher and lower levels on the high time frame have not changed from the previous streams plus Discord. I mean, how far back does the Discord discussion go? Because I think at this point it's a bit outdated, right? I've been streaming for almost a week now. What was the last thing we talked about in there? Yeah, it's a bit outdated, right? I mean, I guess like these levels have been discussed. Okay, so we'll stop mentioning the Discord at this point because now it's getting a bit old. Just refer to the previous juice boxes. But if you want to refer to like the really high time frame levels, actually, I guess for the longs it is still valid, right? The lower longs. But whatever, we talked about this yesterday, right? The whole idea of like this thing forming on a higher time frame. Like you'd probably be taking that or like this. And to the lower levels, like the same thing, right? We've already covered them. What you do in terms of the long. For the short, hard to say too, right? I mean, we do have like one of these forming like at the yellow line. So in terms of like the lower value node, it is like a failed auction up here, right? Well, and would start to play into like leading into this rotation down to the bottom of the node. Thing is, you missed the ideal entry, right? That like the 886, the one that you have boys in. This like probably was like the entry. Cause I don't know if I wouldn't even been taking this like a retest, right? Yeah. That's hard to say. If anything, I'd be looking for like the bounce here, and then we do kind of like whatever. We flip the yellow line on the golden pocket, right? Try to bounce, failed, and then kind of come here and do the bearish retest of it. Probably gonna be your best bet at that point. So kind of say like the bearish retest of 102.5k. One thing suspicious is like this high here, right? Probably gonna be the best bet though, because by the time that we do this, the VWAP would be the coming in here too, right? At that point, it's like the failed auction setting up at the yellow line at the golden pocket, with the VWAP coming in, plus like wherever like the TPO values are for like the session at that point. Yeah. And then to the upside, we already talked about these, right? Like yesterday when we were streaming, like we were like over here somewhere, right? Where were we? Well, yeah, we were watching this thing. So we talked about this, right? Like we already talked about this, already talked about this, already talked about all this crap. So we'll kind of just say higher and lower. It's same as the first comment for the long. So yeah, that should do it. Get the juices flowing. Obviously look at the data. Don't just trade this blindly. Very typical disclaimer. I guess the other one would be... There's one more, right? Because like, there's a world where we start to like, nuke, right? It wouldn't be the first time we've or like even pump. So like there is a world where we do get like, the volatility to come down here, retest this crap. You can also get in here potentially. Something like that. Gotta be patient though. Like your best bet is gonna be waiting for us to like deviate from the range in some capacity, right? But if you want to take some of these lower time frame like scalp ideas, just make sure you're paying attention to the data, right? And you know what's going on. Also be like very aggressive with your risk management. Boom, boom. Are we missing anything? Are we missing anything? Not really, right? Everything else is kind of like already covered from like the previous shit. Boom, 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 boom. Hopefully we actually we go lower, right? In terms of getting my juice, because my next TP for the short is down here, and it's like a much bigger sized trade than the long. So would it be nice? Because if we do start to go back up, the short's gonna get stopped out. I have it like right at the entry, so I don't have to like worry unless we come literally all the way back up. But boom, boom. Anyways. That should do it for that. I'm kind of gonna look at next week, right? I think that's it's supposed to be like PPI, CPI, but given the government situation, I don't think we're gonna be getting that. The thing I'm not certain about this is, like, let's suppose this shutdown ends. Like, have they been collecting the data to release it? Even if they wanted to, I guess they must have, right? Because the last got released last month. Maybe they are the data collected at that point. I don't know. Something to be mindful of though. What the week after that? We do get the FOMC meeting in minutes, okay. the week after that. And just to wrap things up here, ready to go to sleep. I'm tired. My eyes are dry. Gonna get a last look at the data here, if there's anything particularly interesting going on we may have missed out on. How's that even possible? What's going on over here? Not a whole lot going on, right? Okay. Yeah, nothing particularly interesting going on with this data. I guess we could check out Hyperliquid too. And just to be sure, right? Make sure nothing interesting is going on. Any funny business? I don't think so though. Seems like a pretty low volume across the board. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're calling it a fucking night. So quick chat shout out. Shout out to Bebo. It's been a while since I've seen that guy. Shout out to Harris Kamal. Shout out to RR, who later became Rob, R-O-B. Shout out to L Captain. Shout out to you guys for yapping, hanging out with your boy. In terms of the stream tomorrow, I haven't decided. I might not stream this weekend. If there's nothing going on and we're just kind of sitting here doing nothing, I might just chill. But if I do stream, it'll kind of be probably like the typical Saturday stuff. Probably like stream early in the day and then just not here during the night. Maybe we'll see, right? As per usual, kind of just post in Discord whenever I do hop on, if I hop on. If not, we'll be back when futures resume on Sunday. Ready for a new week, right? Ready to get this juice. Until then, I'm out here. I'm tired. My eyes are like, I need to buy eye drops when I go to the groceries tomorrow because my eyes have been so dry. I don't know if it's like the winter or what, but it's bothering me a lot lately. I am out of here. Later. Later. Later.